feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds, the same old view. Wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. Maybe gameplay sharp and fast, or just a chat that's built to last. He reads the comments, sees the names, ignites community flames. If someone's down or feeling lost, he counts the gain, ignores the cost. Shares a story kind and true. Words of wisdom shining through. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. It's more than just watching a screen unfold. It's finding courage, brave and bold. He builds a space where folks connect, showing kindness and respect. Turns a dull night into fun, inspiring viewers one by one. With every stream he plays his part, putting encouragement in every heart. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here. So tune on in, don't delay. Let Rocket Wolf brighten up your day. Yeah, Rocket Wolf, keep shining on. Stream until the break of dawn, or whenever you sign on. Woo! Woo! The world outside feels gray and slow. Got that screen fatigue, nowhere to go. Scrolling feeds, the same old view. Wishing for something fresh and new. Then a ping, a welcome sight. Rocket Wolf's going live tonight. Click the link, the channel loads. Time to share the daily loads. Oh, Rocket Wolf on the stream so bright. Chasing shadows, bringing the light. With pixels flashing and a voice so clear. Banishing boredom, calming fear. He delights and lifts us high. With wisdom shared beneath the digital sky. Entertaining, full of cheer. So glad to have a Rocket Wolf here.
And a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone wherever you're at in the world. We're live here in the Rockwood Studios in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. And it is a thermonuclear Thursday here. And almost the same in the UK, Europe, and Africa. Still a Hump Day Wednesday in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. Hope everyone is doing well. Thank you very much, Bandit, for the redeem. Let's see if...
Good morning, Rocket.
Yeah, all right. So we had to restart the bot again this morning to get it going. Looks like it's working now. And, yeah, beautiful morning outside. Let's take a peek at that. 64 degrees starting out this morning. Wonderfully low humidity. Oh, it updated to 68 degrees. Temperature's rising fast. And no rain on the horizon. And everything is starting to turn brown. The green is over with. 105 stream streak. That's awesome. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, so it's 8:30 in the morning here. However, according to Swatch Time, it is at 9:83 for me. And for you, wherever you're at in the world. And you can always check your Swatch Time over at swatchtime.online to see what it is doing, which may or may not help you with scheduling your viewing. Wow, what a lot of updates. Okay, so I was going to start a new Satisfactory today because of the recently released 1.2 update. However, it's pretty massive, and I'm going to save that for a bonus stream this weekend, because I don't think 4, 5, or 6 hours is really going to do it justice. So I want plenty of time to play that as long as needed to get a new save started and to check out all the cool new features. Which one of the things I saw in the update notes, which was pretty funny, is a spawn toilet. So now you can place, yeah, you can place a toilet anywhere in the world, and that becomes a spawn point for you. How about that? And
that is something.
I know, right? And you can
Not
even...
sure what yet.
I know. You can sit down and use the toilet now, too, instead of just standing on it. But yeah, the trailer was absolutely funny. But yeah, a lot of new stuff in there to explore and to try out. So that's going to be probably a bit of a lengthy stream. Let's see, what else? Lots and lots of patches and updates in Steam. The game we started playing back a little before Aethys was one called Entry. Entry had a huge update, so now you can actually drive the lunar rover around on the moon. VR was introduced to it as well. Digital Nomad, good evening. How are you doing? And thank you very much for the follow a few hours ago. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so Entry, what is it? Where is it? Re-entry, not entry. Re-entry, yeah. So that one's got VR added to it. A lot more functionality added to the Apollo flight simulator. It's a space flight simulator. So if you've ever played, Microsoft Flight Sim, or you've played Kerbal Space Program or anything like that, Re-entry is mimicking the realism of real life space flight from starting with Mercury and the Gemini and the Apollo missions, and all the way up to a trip to the moon, landing the lunar lander, deploying your lunar rover, and driving it around on the moon's surface. It's really pretty cool. I did learn something earlier today that I thought was interesting. You can clear the bedrock and clear to the lava, so you can line up your lava smelters. And hold on, you can clear the bedrock? No. No kidding. The tier 2 explosive charges. Well, how about that? I think we're going to have to do some of that. Oh, pardon me. The mornings are the worst. Well, I reckon we're going to have to do a little bit of that because, boy, we could stand to clean up that thermal power. So when the explosive charges are detonated and it clears the bedrock, does lava flow into that area? Sweet. That sounds awesome. Yeah, that's I didn't know that that was a thing. I did not know that. Let's get on over to our game scene and get that fired up, shall we? That's breaking news for me. Because I didn't actually know that existed. How did you find that out? Did you just kind of accidentally do that and bam, there it was?
Thank you for the shout out.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh no, an error occurred. We're going to continue anyway. Shoot. Ah, okay. Cool. Yeah, because boy, what a pain in the butt that is, hey? Trying to set up thermal power around all those. Wonder why we're getting errors about those mods. It's so weird. Gotta love me some Boston. What a great group that was. Okay, yeah, so we got an entry into our lava layer over here. Somewheres. Don't we? Thought I did. Got an elevator that goes down there, but I thought I punched a hole somewhere nearby. Oh. I don't think I've seen this animal before. Check this out. Look at that, a little ocelot looking dude.
How cute.
Huh. That's too cute. Alright, there it is. It's right there in the middle of the, right there in the middle of the blackness. Yeah, 'cause, what a mess this is, hey? All because of, bedrock. Alright, let's try something. Let's take a look. Can I even handcraft? Can we handcraft explosives? Shaped charge? Was it the heavy explosives or was it the shaped charge? Heavy? Destroys lava, cave, bedrock, and empty reservoirs. How about that? Empty reservoirs. Why would you want to destroy empty reservoirs? Interesting. You can't build or mine through them after they're empty? You can't? Oh, does that mean to empty a reservoir or after the reservoir is empty? I would assume we only need a few of these. I don't know how big the blast radius is. Oh, it's a dead spot. I gotcha. I don't think I ever emptied... Well, I have emptied some ore patches, but not the Olamite reservoirs. I never actually tried to build through them. I'm pretty sure I've got explosives being manufactured. Because I remember seeing them on the belt somewhere. Yeah, right there. Oh, that's polyboard. Right there. We do indeed have explosives. Ah, we're using them for weapons components. We're having a hard time keeping up with high density. We're definitely using it faster than we're producing it. We might be producing it at a 1-to-1 ratio because I didn't see any red lights upstairs. Uh-oh. Get a broken pipe. There's the high density, sure enough. Uh-huh. Because of all those extra rubber producers, that's why. $300 a minute each. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 3,000 a minute high density. Sheesh. $3,000 a minute, and we're only producing 800. Well, no wonder. Wow. That's definitely an issue that has to be fixed. All right. Right. What can be handcrafted? We can handcraft these. Heavy needs 7.5 per. That's 15 for 3. And then liquid fuel and a chemical processor. Hang on, do I have a chemical processor? Oh. Toolbox. And I bet I don't have one. Hold on. Casting. Oh, no chemical processors. Huh. I don't know why I've got robots, mini bots in my storage. Alright, so chemical processor. It's time to get some fuel anyway. Just gonna put it down there temporarily because we are going to do heavy explosives. Could have lined that up better. I wonder how big that is. Is it a pretty expansive explosion, 10 or so blocks, or is it a little smaller than that? I'm just gonna grab 10 of these. Let's see how big they are. I hope it's not just a little tiny poof. Peanut. Alright, let's make a kaboom. Where's the first starting of this corner? Right here? Yeah. Let's do a kaboom right here. Hang on a second. I need a detonator, I think. What did I do with my detonator? Did I leave that back in the toolbox? I don't remember seeing one in the toolbox, but I thought I had one. Actually, haven't seen a detonator in my hand in a long time. Oh! That's right, belts are not indestructible. Damn it.
Ouch, that hurt.
I forgot about the belts. Ugh. That's alright. We have no real shortage of belts. Leave it to Rocket to dirt. I know, right?
That was painful to watch.
Oh, well. Well. At least we know where they were going to, and that's all right. Oh, look, it's going to leave teeny tiny. Okay, so how big was that blast? Let's see. That is a blast radius of 15 by 15. Yep. Okay. Well, now I got teeny tiny amount there to, Ooh, that went kind of deep. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, well,
You're doing more damage than good, Rocket.
I guess the I guess the lava smelters are not indestructible. Oh my god. But I did manage to clear a few pieces of bedrock. Oh my god.
I think this is something you need to do before you put your machines down.
Yep, indeed. Well, you know what? Yeah. It just was dumb luck that the smelters were outside the blast radius of that first one I placed. It made me think that they were indestructible. Oh. Yeah, that's all right. We'll clean this up. I wonder if... Nope, that doesn't. What about... So that's going to be just a normal... No. So 5 by 5 doesn't make any difference. Got to pick up each individual one. Mr. Hunter, how are you doing this evening? Well, you know, red's my color, Hunter.
Hey, Hunter.
Oh, I'm with you, mate. I hate traffic. I hate shopping. Anywhere where people can bump into me, smash into me. know, that's the funniest thing. Whenever I try to avoid traffic, take back roads or shortcuts or whatever, that seem like they're a nice clear shot of uninterrupted peacefulness, and then suddenly there's like traffic from hell that shows up.
Always.
I'm getting plates and rods, but I still got to rebuild these. Ah, time for an oil change. Alright, is that all of it? I don't see any more scraps in there. That's better. All right. I guess I got to be holding those also. Yeah, all those advanced machinery parts I'm not going to get back. Well, you know, I'm a ADHD digital nomad, so it doesn't take much to sidetrack me. Don't worry too much about that. I'll eventually get back around to it. All right, so let's see if we can contain this. That's 15 right there. Actually, I want it to be outside that radius. And then so right about there, we're gonna place one. And I wonder if I can drop it straight down. Probably not where I'm standing. That's pretty close. So that should detonate without destroying my loaders right there.
Keyword should.
I know, right? However, it's going to be a circular. It's going to be a bit circular. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if it's 15, which is 7, that's going to be about 5.5 to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should get all of it right there. Let's see how we do with that. You guys ready? Also got the new guy at work. He's last year's intern. Likes to ask very deep questions without having enough understanding in the subject. That's always my famous last words. Hunter, we had somebody back when I was in the military. We had somebody in the shop that was like that. Nobody wanted to be around them. Mostly because it wasn't the fact that they were asking deep, valuable questions. It was the fact that, like you say, without some sort of basic level of understanding about the topic the question is centered around, you invariably ended up having to conduct a lecture or teach a course or go, you know, in order to answer the question properly, you had to cover so much information. Nobody had time for that. And honestly, it's the kind of thing where when you ask a question like that, you're better off going to a class and taking a course on the topic, you know, and then satisfying all the prerequisites for enrolling in that course. I mean, we all appreciated the deep thinking, you know, because it wasn't just idle chit chat, but it was like, oh my God, go take a course. People are working, they don't have time to explain, you know, things in depth. Just crazy. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. All right, so if I see the blast radius properly, there's only a few blocks off the corner to make it somewhat circular, which means we only need to move to the edge and should be able to eliminate well, that actually went almost straight down. Damn. Yeah, so we missed a few blocks, but you know what? I think just missing a few is gonna be all right, I reckon. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Oh, right about there. Should be able to drop another one right there. Yep. That got us a little bit closer. That's fine. Yeah, that'll work. Just need more boom. Yep. Skipping loot? What? Did we have loot? What? Mr. Secretary, how you doing, mate? Oh, you mean that loot? Is that loot laying over there? No. Oh, just kidding. Right. Stop doing that. All right, let's try. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a few more, but that's all right. Let's do this one right here. Yep, that's fine. Hopefully 1 or 2 or 3 is not gonna be a big deal. It might be, though. That clears a pretty good path. Yep, that'll do. That'll do. Should have grabbed some electronics. That's all right. Kind of shy on liquid fuel. All right, we'll use these and come back for the rest. That's 12 anyway, that's fine. Let's grab some advanced electronics. Actually, sheets we got. Steel beams? Oh, yeah, I'm out of steel beams. Just, take a stack of those. What else? I could grab a stack of electronics. with the Thermalite sheets. Oh, energy cells. Yep, got 200 of those. That's fine. Got 200 electronic or circuit boards. Yeah, that should be all I need. As soon as we get a few more steel beams in here. Actually, I could probably just snatch those right out of the box. Nope, guess not. Got everything but steel beams up here. Wonder why I did that.
Because it seemed like a good idea at the time.
I guess. I got an elevator bringing them up, but I don't have a pick box for them. Yes, I do. There. That's good. Wow, ad break coming up already. Okay, so so everybody's aware, I was going to start a Satisfactory with the new drop of the 1.2 release today, but because there is so much new stuff and things to explore, new settings, new options, new features, I decided I'll just do it on a bonus stream this weekend. That way, we can kind of have an no limit on the length of the stream. Since I won't be homeschooling Peanut on the weekend. Yeah, it's big. There's lots of new I was just telling Bandit, I like how funny they use the space toilet as a spawn device, and now you can place a space toilet to respawn anywhere. Peanut will be 15 in November. He's the second born devil spawn. All right, let's do 1. 2. 3. See what that looks like. Figured that. That's right, we'll drop one more right in the middle here. That was a little soon. Nice. Okay. That makes a difference. Let's grab some Thermalite, some sheets. Some more sheets. That should be plenty of thermals. And what I think we're going to do is we're going to turn these around. Thermalights toward the back. Yep, like that. And then reverse it on this side. Yep. What's going on there? Oh. Better. Yep. All right, then. That's funny. I usually tend not to die in a game like that. Die? Who died? What? We don't die.
Never.
Oh shoot, ad break. That's better. I'm glad Nomad brought that information to us. That's super, super handy. Oh, respawn station, yeah, and satisfactory. Yep, indeed. All right, we are on ad break, so I'm not sure anybody can hear me. We'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Hang in there. All right, we are back, and thanks very much for sticking around during our once-an-hour ad break.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, we are going to reverse this. Yep, that is reversed. Yep. Thank you, sir. I don't know if the ad started, Hunter, before... I commented on your comment. Why isn't that going down in place? Should fit right in that pocket. Structure is blocked by... Oh, that one... little one. Wonder if there's another way to destroy that. There is not going to be another way. There is only one way to take care of that. Wouldn't you know? But yeah, hang on. Have we ever died in Satisfactory? Yeah, we have, from falling off of cliffs. Rock faces and cliffs. Really? Certainly do have too much. You know what? High-tech construction materials. I never did figure out what those are used in. No recipe for them.
Seems hard to believe they have something that's not used somewhere.
Well, it's in this warehouse, but I can't figure out. I mean, I made enough to fill up the warehouse. There's 25,000 in there, but I can't figure out what it's used in. Oh yeah, the green spiders, that's right. I forgot about those. See, it's been a hot minute since I played Satisfactory. Or was that in Star Rupture? Well, there are green spiders in Star Rupture.
Spiders everywhere.
Yeah, it's an
Be a
arachnid world.
favorite.
Yeah.
And I have a fear of arachnids. I see them and I go slightly panicked.
All right, if we are going to be 15 blocks away, let's go 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. That should be far enough away from those, but close enough to get that. Yes. Well, Nomad, your discovery has been a game changer. Very, very awesome. Let's do this. Just so happens that one inputs. Let's bring these back. just make them uniform. These are all going to be inputs. And then these will be outputs. Very good. Kind of got that in the wrong spot. Also need to bring, so we're going to bring outputs back in the opposite direction so that we don't have to crisscross paths. And we'll move this box. Actually, let's move that. Because we want that buffer. Oh, that's going to be bad. Rocket, you're messing it up, buddy. All right, let's get unorthodox here, severely. All right. Oh, I don't have any room. Of course not. Okay. Actually don't have to cut through the center. Just need one channel. Ah, God, I hate that. All right. Now, placing future ones will be reverse of that. Yeah, I guess that's as close as we can get. Right there. And that will be an input. And an output. Yep. And then that will be repeated. Why could, oh, there's scrap down there. That's why that wouldn't. There we go. Okay. That's much more compact. Lovely. Perfect. A small container. No. And no large containers either. All right, let's carry what we can carry. and bring them up to the top. Of course. Okay. Now we're going to bring the high techs over. And elevator, elevator, elevator. None. Oh. Hey, whoa. Yes. Okay. All right, that puts high-tech parts, polyboard, rubber, machine parts, electronics, advanced, rods. All right, what else did we need here? Actually, I need to go to the spreadsheet. All right, and what we got now is the robot parts, high-tech parts in the bunches. We've actually got rubber taken care of. Let's do this. Let's do a for everything that we've got taken care of. Rods and plates. Iron plates, we only need 100, or only need 88 a minute. Wow. We brought rod and steel over, but We didn't bring plates over. I reckon a lot of recipes are going to need the rods and plates, so we might as well put plates on the bus. Oh, let's get rid of the singing pedophile. Yeah, that's fine. Get under there. All right, that takes care of that. That gets our steel, high-tech parts, rods, rubber, polyboard, yay, and thermalite. Thermalite we want on the... Oh, check you out. You're going backwards, buddy. You gotta follow the arrows. Oh, yep. All right. Too much inventory again. I gotta go unload this somewhere. Holy moly.
Constant problem.
I know, right? I usually only carry 3 stacks of something, so plates too much, steel beams too much, thermalite. Too many tier 3 belts. All right. We have to. Back to base. 1, 2 of those, that's fine. 1, 2 of those, that's fine. 2 plates, 2 bars. Oh, hang on. I think I have a box to put belts in. So these are the tier 3s. That's the output. Yep, there we go. I don't even know why that's in there. So those feed out to... Oh. I need the filter. Filter. That one. And before I do that, I better take those out. And let's put a filter on this. And we only want tier 3 belts coming out of here. And we don't need the tier 3 slopes. So belts and slopes are tier 4. Three, and 3. That's much better. Okay. Much better. Okay. That fixes that. Let's also deconstruct. Actually, we don't have to deconstruct it. We'll just shut it down for now. Right, now the other thing was rubber, and we will fix. How much room have we got for this? Jeez, I hate how dark this is. Can I get more gamma? There's no gamma setting for the graphics.
Is there anything in accessibility?
No, that's just for people with disabilities. Huh. Texture quality? That didn't make a world of difference at all. We've been operating on half texture quality. That hasn't really changed anything. It did gain us a little bit of FPS, but we didn't lose any quality of textures, that's for sure. Anyway. Why overtax the CPU or GPU, right?
Not if you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. Keeping it cool. Alright, so these are in blocks already, so all I have to do is copy them over. Yep. So all the way out to 2. Wait a minute, how many distillation towers do I have? I got plenty of pipe. I've got 2, and I think there was 2 up in the toolbox. Too far away. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Here we go. Oh, advanced smelters, biomass. Bummer. I did not. Biomass. Ooh, a little bit of CCR. There it is. All right, that's 8. That should be enough. So a block of 4, and then possibly room enough for another block of 4. And that should fix. That should fix our rubber issue. So all we'll have to do is connect up the steam and connect the output of the high density and connect the input of the olamite. That should do. All right, so do I want a copy or a copy in place? Can't remember that. Hunter or Nomad, or even Secretary if you know. Copy in place means I can just drag it, right? Right. Okay. There we go. And we got the pull handle for that. Right. And then we can inspect and see. All right. 2 sets of pipes. That's too far. Oh, that's not good. These 2 sets, these 2 rows need to overlap these 2 rows. I can't push it back. It either snaps on top of that one completely or snaps over there. Because this pipe right here needs to connect right there. Yeah, that's just not working. It's snapping to the completely unobstructed. Yeah, that's not working. That's not working. I can't get the, gotta do it again. Gotta do it again. All right, starting from there, that's 2 rows of pipes copied. And I do want it to overlap.
Alright, I'm gonna duck out early. I have not been sleeping well.
All right.
I'm gonna see if I can't do something about that tonight. Enjoy the game,
Thank you.
and I'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good night. Have a good rest. I appreciate the support.
Bye.
There we go. That's the perfect overlap we want. Oh, of course it's gonna be. Of course it's gonna be. Yep, still too long. Yep. All right. Thanks for the alert, Bandit. Have a good sleep. Yeah, this one doesn't actually need pipe right there, because that is our... Yeah. That is our high density olamite, which comes out here, goes into the tank. That's perfect. High density olamite going out to the tank. Very good. Steam comes in, which needs a T, right? No, that's not a T. That's not steam. That's steam right there. That's going to the right place. All right, so this is the first module right here. Something got broken on the overlap. All right, that's definitely high density out. So, last corner here, this is high density out. Right. What are you doing down there, buddy? This needs to be a T. Like that. It needs to be an elbow facing that way. that's steam. That's correct. High density out into the high density pipe. No, 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 wrong key rocket. And that is our waste gas. Yep. Sure didn't leave a lot of room to get in between these. But that is waste gas. That's waste gas, very good. Those two are waste gas, very good. All right. And this is our steam in, which comes from here. Yep, that's steam in. That's all the same, so that's fine. That's fine. So, which end of this pipe should we pump? Should we go on this side? Yeah, I reckon we should go on this side. Wow. Okay, well, solution. Pump first, which I reckon we've got in the toolbox. Ooh, that made me dizzy. Well, I thought I had a pump. Wrong one. Right, not a worry. I gotta turn much slower because that seriously gives me a little bit of vertigo. Good, pipe problem solved. Okay, what do we want? Olamite. We didn't tie the olamite in. There it is. Steam. Steam is going there. Oh. Steam there. Everything's there. Steam there. Everything's there. Okay, excellent. All right, those are all operating as should be. How many blocks is that? That is 13 blocks. But that's counting the overlap. That's right, 13 blocks. Counting the overlap. 15 blocks. So from here, oh my God, it fits right to the belt. Ha! It fits right to the belt. Yeah. Oh, I see. So is that just a matter of... Yeah, those are T's. So one T down front, two T's on the side. Right, so that becomes a T, that becomes a T. That one doesn't necessarily have to be a T. those two need to be elbows. That's missing altogether. Missing 44? Oh, pipage. There we go, that'll help. Okay, so blocked, 8, right. Right, that steam would need to be removed. Yep, okay. Yep. 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 Oh, we got an ad break starting soon, so hang in there. That one's connected. Steam is connected. This is not a... Yes, it is a steam input. Steam, steam, and steam. All right, that's the start of our ad break. So we'll just stop right there for a minute, and we'll be right back after we top up and stretch and hydrate and bio break and all that good stuff. Hang in there. right, we are back, and what are we lacking? Olamite. Olamite there. And Olamite there. This one can just be an elbow because this is actually the end of the line. Uh-oh. No, that's not the end of the line. This is not supposed to be Olamite, is it? Yeah. That does need to be a T, but it looks like... Yeah. That does need to be a T. There we go. Steam is fine. That's fine. That's fine. This should be building up now. We got an issue here. That needs to be a T. Get in there. Oh. Steam in. High density out. I can't get low enough because I can't stand on these pipes. Yeah, high density out. All right, it's outputting. That's outputting. That's outputting. That's outputting. Everything's outputting. Excellent. Oh, yeah, you know what? I never thought about the drone. Because my character's too tall. Yeah, indeed. Thanks for that, Nomad. Yeah, the drone makes a big difference. Steam, output high density, steam input, output high density. Very good. Well, it's enough. It's enough for a little bit. So 400 a minute. 400 a minute. That's 800 a minute per block. So that's 8, that's 16, that's 24. Plus another 4, it's 28. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 4 is 28. 2,800 output a minute. $2,800 a minute output. Rubber needs 300 times 10. It's 3,000. Wow, I'm shy by 200 a minute. Oh my god. I'm shy by 200 a minute. That's like 2/3 of a distillery. Yeah. Yep, I reckon that'll do it. You know what? I wish we had. When a workstation detects a machine, whether it's an assembler, a casting machine, chemical plant, or whatever, I wish that workstation would have a UI pop-up telling you which type of mini-bot or robot you need. Because right now they give you a general category. And sometimes you don't know if a particular machine fits that category. Yeah, we're gonna have to put a workstation down there. All right, assemblers and miners, crushers and smelters, casting machines, smelters, casting machines, chemical buildings. Miners, casting machines, research servers. Not one of them says distilleries. Which sucks. Yeah, see, a chemical building, that could be... Chemical buildings, that could be a casting machine. Were casting machines? Oh yeah, casting machines is different. So a chem lab is a chemical building. Where am I at? Distillation. It doesn't say it's category of chemical, but a chemical processor. Yeah, I guess, why not just say distillation and chemical processor? Yeah, so we're gonna want the biggest boost to chemical. That's a 7.5% speed. Or we can get efficiency. So we don't necessarily want to increase the speed. We want to increase the quantity. So we need one that will give us a machine efficiency boost, which are probably not going to get lucky enough for. There's a 30% boost. So it looks like it's going to be, wow, all of a 4%. Yeah, speed gives you more output quicker. Right, and efficiency increases the amount. So let's say you've got a machine that outputs 400 liters per minute. The efficiency will increase that by 4%, which will be 560. No, that would be 4 times 4, 16. So add a 0. Or no. All right, so let's say it's 100 a minute. 4% would be 104 a minute. No. We have to add a quantity. So efficiency is about quantity. Speed is about delivery. Doesn't deliver, it doesn't increase the quantity that's being delivered, it just increases the speed of what's being delivered. Efficiency increases the quantity by giving you a bonus. Bonus extra products or bonus extra liquid. And we need 200 liters more. So if we boost 4 machines, well, one machine producing 3, let's get down to one of those distillers. I think it was 300 or 400 a minute, I forgot. All right, so 400 a minute is produced. 4% would be 416 a minute. So an extra 16 per machine. Where's my calculator? And we've got 7 machines. Seven times 16 will give us a total of 112 extra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that'll give us another 112 a minute, which is 78 shy, or 88 shy of our target. Which means I can put no more demand, no more factories that demand high density, because we're not even meeting our demand right now. All right, let me think about this. Yeah, so Nomad, just to give you an idea, what the effect of speed versus quantity or efficiency goes. If I had so many of these rubber machines that the last 2 weren't getting enough of the oil, you could increase the speed, which will deliver that oil product all the way out to the last machine without an issue, and then the first 2 will suffer. Because all it's doing is pushing the available quantity faster through the pipes, which means it'll get to the very end of the line, but that just shifts the suffocation or the deficit to the front of the line. Whereas if you increase the efficiency of the machine, which produces more in quantity, delivering at the normal speed will deliver the rest of what's needed because of the increased quantity output. So if I increase the speed, these 4 machines that are kind of suffering for oil will get plenty of oil because of the speed increase, and then the first 4 will start blinking because there's still a deficit. You just shifted it from the front of the line to the back of the line with speed. That's all that does. I actually went through that little issue a couple of times. Yep, it's exactly how it works. So I went through this issue on another save. And I thought for sure, because I had like 16 machines of, I think it was this molten? No, it wasn't molten. It was, oh, the ignium enriched is what it was. And I set up robots on it to increase the speed, which it definitely did increase the speed, and it pushed all the fluid to the back of the line, and then the front of the line was suffering. It literally flip-flopped because speed will push it to the very end of the line quicker, which means the demand is met at the end of the line because of the speed boost. But because it was flowing so fast to the end of the line, the front of the line suffered. So then I found one for efficiency. Efficiency, which is... There is a... somewhere in this information database that tells you that efficiency gives you extra product per cycle, like you were saying before, which is the same thing for fluid. It gives you extra fluid per cycle, a percentage of extra fluid, which is the same as putting a smaller version of a machine that produces that liquid or that product, putting a smaller version of it down and adding it to your producing line, your manufacturing line. That's what the efficiency boost does. So efficiency is directly related to extra product. Speed is directly related to distance. So when you increase the speed of a distiller at 400 liters per minute, there they are. Thought I lost my distillers. Hang on a second. Don't quote me yet. Oh, right. Okay, so I told a half-truth. You're right and I'm right. So speed will increase the output, like say from 400 to a percentage of that. Let's say it increases it to 450 per minute. It also increases the demand, that same percentage. So that 500 might be 575 a minute demand. And it increases both outputs as well as the input. Which means every part of the factory, when you use speed, and because these are matched pairs, you have to boost the incoming source. Which also means, since this is olemite, you also have to make sure you've got plenty of olemite to compensate for higher demand rate. So when you increase the speed on this to 575, the demand for the oil will also increase that one to, say, 1100. Oh, and that was a momentary lack of what? Steam. Our steam production's not keeping up. $3,800 liters per minute. $600 times 2 times 3 times 4, 5, 6, 700 times 6, 56. No, 42. 4,200 a minute steam. I'm 800 or I'm 600 shy. Need another steam generator. And that's our water. Yep. Yeah. Okay, so speed will increase the volume. Efficiency will also increase the volume. Efficiency will increase the volume without increasing the demand for it. Speed will increase the volume and the demand for it. Toolbox. Does that make more sense? All right, that'll satisfy the steam demand. Now, these are paired left and right, left and right. I think we can do 2 machines at a time. Machine speed 7.5%. There was one for 30, wasn't there? Yeah, 30%. Guess what I haven't made? Plates, machinery parts, electronics, and glass cannot be made, cannot be handcrafted. You know what? I think I have. I think I have a assembler making miscellaneous bots. I do. We just need 3. And see how our demand went up from 500 to 1100. That's the extra we needed. So we should eventually see once the pipe network is satisfied, we should see an accumulation in the tank. So we had a 400 a minute. We went up 480. We needed 300 of that. So that should leave us 180 extra in the system. Which means as soon as the pipe network is satisfied, looks like it's getting pretty close. What's our max? So when it reaches 12.6, the rest of it will backflow into the tank reservoir and start increasing. Because if the pipe network is satisfied, that means the machines are satisfied. So as long as we've got more going in than we've got being used, right now it's balanced because the pipe's filling up. To capacity. So this is the reservoir plus the entire pipe network. Very close. All right, now the reservoir should start filling up. Excellent. Okay, that problem is fixed. Yay! All right. That was at an 80% increase in power. What's the power requirement on this? Distilleries. 1 megawatt. So 80% is 1.8 megawatts. So we went from 2 to 3.6 megawatts demand on just these two. But that's all right. We should be happily satisfied. Oh, well. Huh. We used quite a bit of power overnight. Charging 9 a.m. We probably got down to about 50%. Which is fine. We'll get to a full charge, 176 gigajoules by sundown. $320 megawatts. Actually, 472 total. We got 660 solar panels, so each one is 650 kilowatts. That's 429 megawatts right there. Plus our steam turbines, 450, 461. Hold on. $461. We should have an extra. We got 472. There's 11 megawatts in demand. Why aren't the fuel? These would be operating if they actually had fuel. What happened to my fuel? Oh my God. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh yeah, red and blue. Red and blue output. Input is crystal sludge. They stopped producing fuel because the output is overloaded. How come this didn't? This is blue overload. We've got, oh. Well, that'll help for a while. But it's coming from that direction, not this direction. So what we need to do there we go. We need to side load this to there. Lost. Here we go. All right, we need to side load this so that yeah. All right, so that this belt is the priority. That belt stops until that one's done. Boom. There we go. Now they're all in operation. Now the steam turbine should be in operation. Well, once the fuel gets here. This is going to take a minute. There we go. Well, I'm glad I looked at that. It's getting there. It's got to be 700. See, now our demand dropped. Boy, we were at 472 there for a minute. Almost there. All right, it's nominal. We've hit 700. And of course now nothing's going to happen because I wonder why we were at 472 demand for power. And now it's dropped down to 160-ish. Those 5 down there, those are just the, oh, speaking of which... wonder why that demand was so high. What the hell? Why aren't they producing steam now? Water? Water? How could we be out of water? Water doesn't run out. Break something? Why did water stop? There it goes. What the hell was that all about? Was it because there was not enough free space around the bottom of the pump? That's weird. Max throughput is 36. Throughput capacity was exceeded. Yep, that's fine. 36,000 per minute. Output's only 59%. All right, we got ads coming up shortly. Probably under a minute. All right. Now, this should balance. All right, we'll be right back after the ads. Hang in there. All right, we are back. Thank you for hanging out through the last ad break of the stream. And there we go, we're balanced. Now this should stay balanced even if we rise up to 75, 80, 90% usage. I think that was related to clearance around the intake. We might have that issue at the other end as well. Oh, this is input. That's input to the system. Yep, okay, so we've only got the one water source. Unless... Yep, that's our one water source. And then that splits off this way. Alright, that satisfies our steam issue. So what we may do... Let's see. I think I've got an extra... I think I've got an extra pump in the toolbox. I'm just wondering, you can't suck the water dry. We got real close. We're within 8. So we've reached 91%. We're using 88 and 90. There we go, we're balanced. Oh, look at that. 100%. liters using 1,300 of 33,000. All right, so it's hitting max capacity for a short period of time, which that could be, it's not going to be these because these are only 1,300. Well, 12 times 2, so that's only 2,400 liters right there. However, the other usage of the water is concrete. That's 80 a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1,500 or not quite 1,400 a minute. That's not a lot. And then the rest of the water network. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. Damn, I sure didn't get to build much of my robot line today. We're just fixing a few issues. Capacity is 8,600. We're not at 100%. Well, 36,000 liters per minute. Casting machines. It's only using 64 liters. $80 liters. Huh. That's for the acid, right? Oleic acid. That can't be the demand. Ah. 64.80 a minute. This is output is full. That's 1/8. 1/8. 1/8. Yep, that's output full. Well, we obviously have a demand for water higher I mean, consumption is higher than... Of course, that's not much. 6480 a minute times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 6480. Oh, that's 38,800 right there. Mr. Zombie, how are you doing, mate? Thank you very much for the redeem. Yay, fridge fixed. Can't shake a stick at that. I bet you're a happy camper. Yep, to stabilize. You know what you can do to help that? I'll give you a clue. You can speed that process up. Because in a standard refrigerator, the ice box flows cool air down to the refrigerator part. No, you don't have to put it in power freeze. No extra energy consumption. Go buy a couple bags of ice for a couple bucks, enough to fill up your freezer. Yep, either way. The cold air from the freezer is what sends the cool air into the fridge part, based on your dial settings of how cold to keep the refrigerator. A freezer doesn't have to work as hard when it's fully packed. So if you've got frozen food, frozen meats, vegetables, whatnot, and stuff like that in your freezer, your refrigerator is far more energy efficient because it doesn't take a lot to keep frozen food frozen, but it does take more energy to freeze room temperature products. So if you go buy a couple bags of ice to fill up your freezer so that it's at capacity, that cold air immediately goes into the refrigerator and it balances quickly, and then you don't have to wait so long for that 24 hours temperature balance. Little trick I learned a long time ago over electricity usage and refrigerator efficiency. Because as you know, there was a time when I was paying astronomical prices for electricity, and I did everything. I looked at every single appliance electrical usage, the water heater usage, washer and dryer, all of that stuff, and learned a lot of interesting facts. Okay, I don't see any red, but we are definitely hitting maximum usage, which is 36,600 liters in the pipes, and I'm demanding 38,880 plus. So that's throughput capacity. The only way to fix that is to add more concurrent pipe to that, and I don't want to do that. 36,000 is our max, and I'm asking 38,800 just on that, just on the ignium enriched water. All right, so that's what that issue is all about. I don't know what kicked that electrical usage up so high, but anyway, we'll have to address water later. right now we're suffering through, which is fine. Based on factories. Oh, I wonder if it was the blast furnaces kicking in. I don't know. It was something high power. I'm still amazed that we're only a fraction away from 1 million Thermalite a day, but that reminds me. We've exceeded what's costing us money. We'll queue a couple of upgrades there. Man, I haven't taken a look at these. Let's get these upgraded. Didn't have an issue with Thermalite bars now for a little while. Perfect. All right, bus line is coming along nicely. Just have to figure out what order to put those in, I reckon. Let's see. So, iron plate. Hang on. Iron plate is done. CPU, piston, super alloys, circuit boards, energy cell, glass. Steel beam we've got on board. Yes. Yeah, but I don't see it on the bus line. Why don't I see that on the bus line? It's right there. No, that's rods. There it is. Huh. Brought it down here for the advanced machinery parts, and then failed to put it on the bus line. And then, make matters worse, I put rods in the way. Huh. Wasn't that just brilliant? That was brilliant, Rocket. Absolutely brilliant. Oopsie. Let's quit wasting fuel. Got a lot of extra stuff still. Seems like it doesn't matter how much extra stuff I get rid of. All right. Now. That takes care of steel beam. Robot parts, high-tech parts. So, robot parts. We've got Thermalite. Circuit boards and energy cells. Circuit board and energy cells, but that's plates. This is just the torso. Energy cells. Plates are there, plates are there. So we need circuit boards, energy cells, and empty barrels. And then the super alloy. And then CPUs. CPUs are going to be a big thing because the head needs CPUs. Polymer boards are there already. And then, of course, super alloys. High-tech parts are there already. I'm just about ready to start doing torsos for all of them. As soon as we put circuit boards and energy cells. All right, circuit boards, energy cell. We don't need many of each. That's for sure. Empty barrels. Empty barrels are only 8 a minute. Wow. Okay. Oops. did that. All right, so that means polyboards and electronics make circuit boards. Yay! Our vault has increased. Did I put hydraulic piston on the... Oh, I actually have to fly over there. I don't think I have pistons on the list. Nope. We need to fill a few of these up as well. Let's put a stack in the box. So that we can get those quickly. Looks like we need some circuit boards in the box. So one of those, one of those. Advanced machinery parts. Thought I grabbed two of those. All right, what else? Conveyor belts. I'm fine with those right now. Pipes. Yeah, I didn't put any pipes. Why'd I put loaders in there? I'm not making loaders. I never have. I've always handcrafted those. Huh. That's weird. All right. I don't need the rest of those tier 3 belts. So no sense in taking up a slot. And also, nope, those are all tier 4s. Okay. Got a little bit of extra rods, steel, and machinery parts. That's right, we're going to make a couple more elevators. That should help reduce that a little bit. Okay. I reckon we're okay on that now. Got too much on the foundation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I probably should change that from 5,000 to maybe 3,000. All right, so we'll make some empty barrels. We'll make some circuit boards. We've got as much as we need out of that. Circuit boards weren't much. I do need to make some assemblers. And that helps a little bit. I don't think left enough room for elevators. Barely. Not really. Those should all be bumped back one, but I don't need any there. I also want them to be... yeah. That's fine. We can only send one product down on an elevator. And this one is going to be... circuit boards are only 48 a minute. Oh, look at that. I only need 2 assemblers. All right, 2 assemblers, 2 products. That's one. That's two. So we'll send one product out on first one. No, we'll do the closest one. And then the second one. And that tells us where we're going to set our assembler, which is not there. Nope. And then the output right there. And then an input there. I like these simple ones. So whatever you bring into the machine, you can output it back onto any one of the two elevators. In this case, the first elevator. First one is, what was our recipe? Polymer boards and electronics. I could have brought the electronics down without an elevator. Sure could have. All right, that's all right. For convenience sake. Polymer boards is higher. Electronics are lower. That only works if it's on the top shelf. Dang it. Shoot, that only works if it's on the top. Well, if that's going to take another elevator, it takes up so much room, though. I'll tell you. It would help if I actually put some, product on. Yep. All right. Mm, I think that's the spot. There we go. Ah. Wow, Rocket. All right, that's 48 a minute circuit boards, which will satisfy all of the robots. All right, so that's a green. Glass. Weapons, components, energy cell. We need the energy cell. And then this, was it super alloy? No, it wasn't. We need the energy cell. Oops. Yeah, energy cell and then empty barrels. wrong machine. Fluid assembler. Yep, we're going to need our olemic acid and our glass. Smelter with, what is that, gravel? Oh man, we gotta make gravel. Alright, that's not too much of an issue since we have minerals right there. And right there. Let's go see how much there is in that. I think there was a pretty goodly amount. Not visible from the surface because it's down at 85. Oh, that's only 60 meters deep. Sheesh. Only. Well, we are just making gravel, so... How deep is this water? Yeah, let's fill that up. Right about there. Let's start right there. We really don't need to save any of this stuff. What? No, no, no. Snooze. Snooze again. We're going to snooze 3 times outright. That'll give us 10 minutes to spare, or 15 minutes to spare at the end of stream. No more ads. We're not going to do ads. Okay. Yeah, let's not go too much further than right about there. We'll keep the scrap. And there's our mineral rock. Woohoo! Alright, so what we'll do is... I'm standing on the corner of it. So we'll clear enough. There we go. Yeah, I think we can see all of that. It's going to be a while to mine all of that out of there. Oh! That is the end of stream. That was quick. So what we'll do is we'll just take some platform or foundation here. And right about there. Now, I know the little robots can go a pretty good distance. However, I'm going to go at about halfway up. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, how many did I bring with me? Any? None. All right, didn't bring any miners with us, but that's what we'll do tomorrow. So we'll put a row of about six miners here and a row of 6 miners here. We'll start with the active 6 miners on the top level. And they don't have to have serious throughput. There we go. And we'll just belt that, because our olamite is sitting right there, we'll just belt this out onto a platform to make gravel. And gravel will be used in our recipe for glass. All right. Now, to make the gravel, we need crushers. And of course, I put the crushers back in the toolbox. But that's where we're at for now. All right. Oops. Thanks, everybody that came along to watch today or to chat with us. And if you're watching the VOD, thank you very much for watching the VOD. Sometimes I forget to thank people who are watching the VOD because it's not live. All right, that first set is for our non-subscribers to copy and paste. That second set of icons just now is for our subscribers to copy and paste. My pleasure, Digital Nomad. Thanks very much for coming along. Always appreciate having you. I hope I entertained. Sometimes it's not so entertaining on the worst stream on the internet. But I do the best I can. And look how beautiful it is outside. We started at about 64 degrees this morning, and we made it to 84, so 22 degrees increase over the day. Not too bad. And of course, there is 0 rain in the area. That's how far we are. We're right here. That's how far we are from Papua New Guinea and Indonesia and Malaysia. But all the rain's way down south here in New South Wales and Victoria. We're going to be clear skies probably until January-ish. But yeah, beautiful outside. And that's 86 degrees as we're heading into winter. Well, we're in winter officially, according to Australia, not until the 21st, really, to the rest of the world. But yeah. All right. That 100% takes care of our thermonuclear Thursday, which the UK is now also on thermonuclear Thursday. And in the US, on the East Coast anyway, about an hour and a half, a little less than an hour and a half, you'll be out of your hump day and into your Thursday as well. And we'll be back on stream tomorrow. And we'll finish up the week for a TGI Friday for us. And then we'll do the bonus stream, starting out with a brand new Satisfactory save and playing with all the new toys and all the new gadgets and all the new stuff in Satisfactory. That's going to be fun. Seeing how everything works. All right, let me take a peek and see who we can raid into. Wow, our internet is tanking. What's going on there? I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Probably my internet. Get off of the stuff. That's not going to be destroying my screen. Sorry about that. Okay, yep. Sorry if you heard that. Peanut was absolutely destroying my bandwidth. All right, let's see who's doing what and where. We've got some Dune Awakening going on. Oh, Hannah's playing some Satisfactory. Let's see what that's looking like. We can get kind of a sneak peek at that. So we'll get raids fired off to Hannah. All right then, let's head on over to our outro where we can get our proper thank yous. And we had Mr. Digital Nomad and Mr. Dumb Hunter, Mr. Zombaroni, Miss Masked Bandit, Mr. Sakatera. Thank you very much for coming along today. Digital Nomad threw down a follow about 3 hours before we started stream. Thank you very much for that. And always thank you very much for the redeems from Masked Bandit and Mr. Zombie today as well. And huge support from Mr. Hunter. Appreciate it very much. Huge dono from him that still blows my mind. Completely blows my mind. But thanks for all of the support from everybody. Even sticking around through the ad breaks that we have once an hour. That should do it for me. I'm the Rocket Wolf. Our Thermonuclear Thursday is over here in the Rocket Wolf Studios. Stand by for the raid and let's share some love. And we'll work on things tomorrow. I'm the Rocket Wolf. See ya.